garderie, le carré à l'école, n'est pas la garderie. Pas à l'école. N'est pas la garderie.
All right, I'll send you a link.
choose any or certain number? Ah? So, Cordova. Okay. Okay. And materials? Thank you so much. May I have?
I think she found the link. She's just saying she's waiting for someone to let her in. Okay. All right.
Somebody forgot to say.
Oh, yeah. Hello, colleagues. We will go ahead and get started. Thank you all very much for your patience while we made sure that we had quorum here, folks joining us from the other venue and folks joining us online. Good afternoon to those of you joining us here in Yasu. It's very lovely to see you in person. I just arrived last night, coming from the Petersburg Dialogue in Berlin earlier this week, so it's I'm very happy to have made it all the way here, and to have made it just in time for the Just Transition Dialogue. And also good morning, good afternoon and good evening to those of you joining us online. Thank you very much for making the time. It's my honour to welcome you to the 5th Hybrid Dialogue under the United Arab Emirates Just Transition Work Programme, being convened as part of Climate Week 3 here in Yaosu. This 5th Dialogue, as you are all well aware, will focus on just transition pathways for holistic approaches to food security, including with a focus on agriculture and oceans, in the context of Element C, Paragraph 2 of Decision 3 CMA 5. As you know, the UAE Just Transition Work Programme is implemented under the guidance of both the Subsidiary Body for Scientific and Technological Advice and the Subsidiary Body for Implementation. With the dialogues being at the very core of the significant progress parties have been able to achieve since the inception of this work programme, I'm very pleased to be able to join you here in my role as SBI Chair. And I also have the pleasure to be joined online by my dear friend, Ambassador Adonia Abaire, the Chair of the Substa. This dialogue will take place across a day and a half. We have a busy afternoon in front of us today, and we'll meet again tomorrow at 8:30 for a full day of discussions. As per its mandate, the dialogue will be conducted in hybrid format to maximise inclusiveness and opportunity for active participation, and we know we have a number of participants already online, and we very much look forward to hearing from you. Before we begin, allow me to express our sincere thanks to the Government of the Republic of Korea for hosting this important meeting and for the warm hospitality extended to all participants for this Climate Week. As we begin, I'd like first to invite Damon Jones, Manager in the Programme's Coordination at the UNFCCC Secretariat, to deliver his welcome remarks. Damon, over to you.
Thank you very much, Julia, and good afternoon, everyone. It's great to have you all here, join us in person and virtually. It's fantastic to have so many of you with us for this next dialogue. And on behalf of the Secretariat and the wonderful team I have here, it's really great to have you at the 5th Dialogue for the Just Transition Work Programme. I'd also just like to start by saying a big thank you to and appreciation to our hosts for their very generous hospitality during the course of this whole week and for these 2 days we have for the dialogue. And next, I'd like to pay a big thanks to the chairs of the SBI and Substa, Julia and Adonia, for the terrific guidance and support that they've been giving to the work programme, both through last year and now this year as well. So thank you. And thanks to all of you here in person and virtually, to the party representatives, our UN colleagues and representatives of the different NGO constituencies for your continued support and in convening and delivering this dialogue, building on the great work that you all did last year. We're all very well aware of the urgent need to accelerate climate action. And at the same time, we recognise that just transition pathways are essential to ensuring that the transformation underway is inclusive, equitable and sustainable. As we often hear in these dialogues, just transitions are not only the right thing to do, they're also the smart way to achieve the goals we have all set under the Paris Agreement. The vital role of just transition pathways as enablers and catalysts for all forms of climate action was clearly reflected in the outcome in Belém. The landmark decision adopted under the UAE Just Transition Work Programme, I think it's fair to say it really represents an extraordinary achievement and one that was shaped not in any small part by the previous 4 dialogues under the work programme. And with us all here today, the 5th dialogue is really a next important step in implementing the work programme that we're all involved in. As you know, and as Julia has outlined, it focuses on the just transition pathways for holistic approaches to food security, including with a focus on agriculture and oceans. And this really will provide you with a space to explore opportunities, challenges and barriers related to sustainable development and poverty eradication within the broader shift towards low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient development. Our dialogue also reflects Article 2 of the Paris Agreement, which, as you will know, underscores that climate action is to be undertaken in a manner that does not threaten food production. So just transition pathways that enhance food security are central to livelihoods, economic development and environmental sustainability. Exchanging views here on inclusive, sustainable and climate resilient practices in these areas can support countries in designing and implementing nationally determined just transition pathways. In turn, these pathways can help eradicate poverty and hunger, conserve biodiversity, restore ecosystems and promote resilient development, while supporting decent work and inclusive economic growth. As you share experiences and explore solutions over the next couple of days, I really encourage you to focus on the meaningful participation of those particularly affected by transitions, including workers, smallholder and family farmers, fishers, Indigenous peoples, local communities, women, youth, and other vulnerable groups in our focus of discussions. I invite all participants to engage and share ideas so that these discussions can continue to strengthen the foundation of our shared understanding of just transition pathways that truly leave no one behind. And I wish you all a very productive and successful dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Damon. And just to take a moment to say thank you to you and to Anna and to the Secretariat team for your hard work in organising this dialogue and all the dialogues previous to it, and just really appreciate your stewardship of the process and your ongoing support that you provide to the JTWP and, of course, the outcomes that we've reached under this work program over the last couple of years, and particularly the significant one at COP30, would not have been possible without you and without the COP30 presidency. So thank you very much for all your work. And now I'm very pleased to invite Pedro Nascimento from the COP30 presidency for his welcome remarks on behalf of the COP30 presidency. Over to you, Pedro.
Thanks, Julia. Dear colleagues, good afternoon, good evening, good morning for those online. First, I want to say that my friends that were in Belém from Korea, now I see you're paying with 12-hour jet lags from Brazil. So I will always remind that when I'm traveling to other places, especially here. It's a pleasure to join you today on behalf of COP30 presidency. I thank the UNFCCC Secretariat, the Republic of Korea, and the SBI and Substat chairs for bringing us together for the 5th dialogue under the Just Transition Work Program. Brazil is honored to contribute to this important gathering alongside a diverse and highly committed community of parties, observers, and stakeholders whose engagement has been central to advancing just transitions. We meet at a strategic inflection, or a moment of strategic inflection for the just transition agenda. COP30 in Belém delivered a landmark decision on just transition, one that stands out for its holistic vision and its connection between climate action and sustainable development. Decision 2 CMA 7 carries the most comprehensive language on rights and inclusion ever adopted under a COP outcome, I think it's fair to say, with explicit reference to human rights, labor rights, the rights of indigenous people, people of African descent, the empowerment of women, among others. After 2 years without outcomes, Belém consolidated a new pathway, one that places just transition alongside mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage as a central pillar of climate action. Perhaps most consequentially, parties agreed to develop a just transition mechanism to enhance international cooperation, technical assistance, capacity building, and knowledge sharing, enabling equitable and inclusive just transitions. This is not a small step. It provides an awaited institutional anchor needed to translate the JTWP political vision into concrete and coordinated action. Building upon COP30 results, 2026 is a pivotal year to the Just Transition agenda. JTWP must now evolve from a phase focused on high-level dialogues to a phase of implementation and effective support of just transition policies and pathways. This shift is essential if the UN is to fulfill its potential to catalyze climate action and strengthen international cooperation, including through the delivery of means of implementation. This brings us to this fifth dialogue. The topic chosen for this dialogue reflects precisely the sense of urgency and purpose. Food security, including agriculture and oceans, sits at the very heart of what just transition must protect and transform. The Paris Agreement itself enshrines the fundamental priority of safeguarding food security and ending hunger. Also, Decision 2 CMA7 builds on this foundation, recognizing rural economy actors and, in particular, smallholder farmers. Brazil is deeply committed to this agenda. COP30 was a reflection on that, and the action agenda, and even the food you could was provided there. Our food systems are among the most biodiverse and productive in the world, but also among the most exposed to climate change impacts. As we open these 2 days of dialogue, I encourage all participants to engage with an open and constructive spirit. Let us explore together how just transition pathways can enhance food security, protect livelihoods, and generate evidence and political momentum needed for COP31 to continue building on what Belém has achieved. The JTWP was created to make difference in people's lives. Let's ensure it does. I wish you all a productive, inspired dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pedro. The substitute chair is going to join us for remarks, but he's just having some technical difficulties. So what I will do now is move to the explanation of the World Cafe session that's coming next, and then we'll come back to Adonia after that, and hopefully he has resolved his technical issues and been able to join us. Okay, so this afternoon we're going to go into a World Cafe session format. We have used this format before in these dialogues. I'm sure you're all familiar with them, but I will go through it for you as well. So the aim of the World Cafe session is to provide an informal space for more focused interaction between experts and smaller groups. We're quite deliberately using this modality to give you the chance to engage directly and actively with each other, to draw energy and inspiration from each other's experiences and ideas, and it's intended to be the opposite of a formal negotiation style setting. It's intended to promote open dialogue as per the name of the process that we're engaged in. We will have 9 tables set up around 3 different topics, with 3 tables per topic. So 2 in-person and 1 virtual table per topic. And there are facilitators assigned to each table. And there will be 3 rotations over the course of the session so that you will each be able to participate in all 3 topics of the discussion. And for each topic, there are guiding questions that you will have already seen in the agenda. So just to give you a brief overview of tables 1, 2 and 3 will centre on workforce considerations, livelihoods and the role of social dialogue in the context of just transition pathways that enhance food security. For those of you participating in person, tables 1 and 2 are in this room and table 3 is virtual. Conversations around the next 3 tables, 4, 5 and 6, will focus on human rights, gender considerations and social inclusion in the context of just transition pathways that enhance holistic approaches to food security and leave no one behind. Tables 4 and 5 are in this room, table 6 is virtual. And then at tables 7, 8 and 9, we'll focus on Indigenous people's knowledge, traditional knowledge and locally led approaches in the context of just transition pathways that enhance food security. And again, tables 7 and 8 are in this room and table 9 is virtual. The 3 topics will run in parallel. For those of you here in person, you're free to choose the order and the tables that you wish to set out during each of the 3 rounds. Facilitators will stay at their tables and then you will rotate. For those of you joining virtually, participants will automatically be assigned to a virtual space that will allow you to follow the discussions at the 3 virtual tables. You will stay in your virtual space and the facilitators will rotate to you. So that's a difference between the virtual rooms and online. At the end of the session, each participant will have attended a session on each of the 3 topics if you choose to do so. You can, of course, stay with the topic if you'd like to. Each round of discussion will run for approximately 40 minutes. We'll have a short 5-minute break in between the first and second rounds and a slightly longer 15-minute coffee break between the second and third rounds. After the third and last round, we'll reconvene here in this room in a plenary session at 5:45 to hear short report backs from our facilitators on your discussions. And for those of you online, you'll need to rejoin the plenary link provided to you. So just to emphasise a point regarding these report backs, given the richness and depth of the exchanges, it's not possible for facilitators to capture every perspective in a fully exhaustive manner. So participants will be invited to take the floor to complement and enrich the reflections shared where necessary, ensuring that the diversity of views is adequately reflected. And that's just to note to please be a bit kind. So if you don't hear the point that you made reflected in your facilitator's comments, please do come in and complement those comments and recognise that the facilitators are here and they're doing the very best they can to capture the conversations, but they won't always get every single point repeated. The Secretariat is also taking notes at every single table, and those contributions will be reflected in the report back of the dialogue as well. At the conclusion of the report backs and reflections, we will then close for the day and be able to go off and have dinner. So I encourage you to engage openly, actively and creatively. We will just check whether Adonia's been able to join. He has? Okay, great. Adonia, I'm going to pass to you for your opening remarks. You have the floor.
And dear friends, good afternoon to those of you attending the dialogue in person there in Yosu, and greetings to those joining us virtual across the time zones. I'm in New York, it is 2 a.m. It's both a privilege and a pleasure as the chair of the subsidiary body for scientific and technological advice, SABSTA, to welcome you all to the 5th dialogue. Under the United Arab Emirates Just Transition Work Program. Let me start by thanking the government of the Republic of Korea for their generous hosting of the dialogue as part of the 3rd Climate Week. As you are all aware, 2026 is an important year for just transition. The landmark outcome that was achieved at COP30 highlighted the significant progress that was made under the UAE Just Transition Work Program in advancing our shared understanding of just transition. This was due in no small part to the excellent discussion among parties and non-party stakeholders that took place during the 4 dialogues held to date, and that were translated into clear signals from the intergovernmental process. While the decision adopted in Belém is undoubtedly an important achievement, it's also the foundation for the work ahead of this year on further implementation of the work program, but also in the context of its review and operationalization of the just transition mechanism. The 5th dialogue is the first formal occasion since the adaptation of the decision 2/CMA.7 as you engage with each other and share views and experiences over the next day and a half. I would like to encourage you to keep the COP30 expectations and momentum on just transition front of your mind. Over the course of today and tomorrow, the 5th dialogue will focus on both just transition pathways for holistic approaches to food security, including with a focus on agriculture and oceans, in the context of element C, paragraph 2 of the decision 3 stroke CMA.5. Julia and I selected this topic after consideration, after considering the many variable submissions from parties, observers, and other non-party stakeholders, as well as hearing views at informal virtual consultations that were held at the heads of delegation level with parties and negotiation groups earlier in March. This topic allows us to respond to the mandate of 2/CMA.7, which emphasizes the importance of comprehensively and systematically considering all elements of the work program outlined in paragraph 2 of decision 3/CMA.5 without selective focus on any aspect. I emphasize. It also allows for an in-depth and focused exchanges on thematic aspects that are fundamental for a more concrete understanding of the opportunities, challenges, and barriers relating to sustainable development and poverty eradication as part of transitions globally to allow emissions and climate resilience, taking into account nationally defined development priorities. But allow me to remind you that the concept note that we have prepared for you serves as a signpost to facilitate rich and substantive discussions and seeks in no way to prevent or preclude your ability to speak to your views, your perspectives, and your priorities as you best see fit. The dialogues are at the core of the Just Transition Work Program, and Julia and I encourage you to dive deep into discussions today and tomorrow and make the best use of this opportunity. The mandate of the dialogues is to provide a space for parties and non-party stakeholders alike to exchange on opportunities, best practices, actionable solutions, challenges, and barriers, facilitating greater concreteness and granularity in our joint understanding of just transition pathways in the context of the topic at hand. This also provides opportunities to share views across on cross-cutting themes such as opportunities for enhancing international cooperation and means of implementation, social dialogue, and other inclusive and participatory approaches. The design of the just transition mechanisms and integrating the outcomes of the first global stock take relevant to just transition. The dialogues are also an important occasion to ensure the active participation of all, particularly those most affected by transition, including workers, indigenous peoples, local communities, women, youth, and other vulnerable groups whose voices and knowledge are essential in shaping just transition that leave no one behind. Julia and I were both impressed by the meaningful exchanges and the constructive atmosphere that you were able to create during the third and fourth dialogues last year. We both share the hope that the exchanges over the next day and a half will build on that atmosphere. I wish you the best for the dialogue and look forward to learning from all of you as I follow with keen interest, albeit virtually, some of your discussions over the next day and a half. Thank you, and over to you, Julia.
Thank you so much, Adonia, and thank you for joining at such an awful time for you in New York. We really appreciate that and appreciate your insights and remarks. Okay, so now, colleagues, we will move to the World Cafe session. Just a reminder for those in the room, there are 6 tables in the room here, 2 for each topic. You can identify the topic at the table by the butcher boards that are up with the topics on them, and there will be a co-facilitator at each table, and you will rotate between tables and the co-facilitators will stay where they are. Just a quick thank you to all the co-facilitators, both here in the room and online, for agreeing to facilitate the conversation. So used to using co-facilitator. And just a reminder that each session will be about 40 minutes. So we'll kick off with about 40 minutes for the first round. So please move to your table now and enjoy the discussion. Thanks.
This one, right? But do you have someone else? First, yes, okay, that's fine.
Because I was supposed to cover the E, but if you can hear that.
Okay. I mean, I was gonna be here for the first round and then gonna go check out the NWT, but if you don't have a person, then I'll stay here.
Colleagues, I'm really sorry to interrupt what looks like a very productive discussion, but it's time for our rotation. So please wrap up at your respective tables, and please choose the next table that you want to move to. Thank you so much. coffee break outside, so you can continue conversations there, so that others can.
Can you take a photo? Photo of who?
There's a coffee break outside if you want. There's a coffee break outside, so you can. Dear all, I see all tables have now finished this round of discussions. Just to let you know that we will convene back here at 5:10. That gives you a very comfortable coffee break, but it's on the condition that you reconvene here punctually and ready for the last round. Thank you so much.
Yes. After a coffee break. Okay, that's good. I need food security. Food is a human right.
See, that happened to me as well. You saw me yesterday.
Expecting to get into a discussion about CBAM in a World Cup, it was supposed to be about
Dear all, we need to start our third rotation. I hope you enjoy your break, but it's now time to go back. So please choose the table that you would like to follow discussions on, and let's start shortly.
Done.
So we need to reconvene in plenary in 2 minutes so that we can hear the reports back and also allow for contributions from all participants in reaction to them. So please be ready to start in plenary in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, colleagues. Can you please take your seats? We will move fairly quickly to the next part of the discussion so that we can finish at 7 p.m. Yes. Yes. Yep, okay.
그 중간에.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming back. Thank you for reconvening. We will be hearing back from our 9 facilitators now. And after that we've heard from all 9, we'll open the floor to give you all an opportunity to add any further reflections. Just a reminder that we do have a hard stop at 7 p.m, so we've got just under an hour to hear from 9 facilitators and for comments. So we're going to move to it very quickly. I'm going to invite the facilitator of each group to share their reflections and ask you to kindly keep it to 3 minutes, which I know is going to be hard given the richness of the discussions. So first we'll hear on the discussions focusing on workforce considerations, livelihoods and the role of social dialogue in the context of just transition pathways. And we're going to first invite Camilla Roman from ILO, who facilitated Table 1. Camilla, over to you.
Many thanks. And again, I'm not going to do justice to the very rich discussions we've had, but a quick attempt at some highlights. It was recognized that the challenges vary according to context and countries, and so it's necessary that solutions for just transition in the context of food security with a focus on agriculture and oceans need to be really locally driven and based on national circumstances and priorities. We've also heard that there are several challenges that are widespread, including deficits in terms of working conditions and vulnerability of workers and actors operating in these economies. Issues regarding labor rights, fundamental principle and rights of work in particular, occupational health and safety, and working conditions such as wages and lack of protections and social protection in general. We've also heard about a lot of solutions that can help in these regards, because as we see, this vulnerability of the actors in these spaces are compounded by the impacts that climate change is having. So them being vulnerable needs to be addressed in a very comprehensive kind of way. So in terms of solutions, we've seen the importance of formalization efforts that help to make those workers more resilient through labor rights protection, including compliance and responsible business conducts, and the role of labor inspection systems and regulations. We've seen efforts on occupational health and safety to deal with various risks coming from climate change, and in general, attention for working conditions. We've also seen the importance of extending social protection for those operating workers and communities and vulnerable groups operating in the informal economy in the sectors, and how it's important to have mechanisms that stabilize incomes in these sectors, especially when they're hit by climate and transition shocks. We've also seen how they need to be, actors in these spaces need to be supported not just vis-a-vis climate shocks, so in terms of resilience, but also a transformation towards sustainability that can also bring increased productivity, growth, and livelihood prospects and decent work in these sectors. In there, it's important to look at the skills and education, and such approaches need to be inclusive. And there is a lot of promise in blending local-led and traditional knowledge with science, and partnering with universities, but also making sure that they are co-designed and linked to local communities, and making this inclusive and working for youth and women and other groups in situations of vulnerability, and paying attention also to the delivery models that can make this inclusive. A final word, the importance of holistic and systemic approaches came up very strongly. There are multiple priorities at work in the sectors, and so managing the co-benefits and positive linkages, but also potential trade-offs is really key, and just transition policies are a key vehicle for that. And in this regard, stakeholder engagement and social dialogue as two distinct processes, but nonetheless both very important, are key to bring consensus and to manage and navigate those kind of co-benefits and trade-offs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mila. Next we have Bert de Waal from Tango, who facilitated discussions at table 2. Over to you, Bert.
Okay, it will be not a surprise that many of the discussions were similar as the ones that Camilla had. First, we went with the three groups through labor rights, social protection, and participatory approaches. Many insisted on the ex-ante approach to it, not having to deal with it ex post and as an afterthought of climate policies that need to be integrated. So how do you do this right from the start, guarantee social durability, acceptance, and that also can contribute to more ambitious policies? Many delegates shared how they engaged with social partners, stakeholders. We also stressed, like as Camilla was indicating, the difference between social dialogue with social partners, the employers and the trade unions, versus stakeholder participation, which is with everybody that's affected. An interesting aspect that came up was the aspect of de-risking, not only studying carefully the risk impacts of policies, but also engagement with social partners, stakeholders, ex ante to de-risk policies. So in the long run, it will pay off taking this into account. An important discussion, what did you expect if you speak about agricultural sector, is the informal sector. Like the big majority of all workers in the world have no decent job, have no formal job. it was stressed that informality means no protection, no good contract, and this is above all important in the context of climate change. So we shared several experiences, or delegates shared experiences of how many countries are trying to do this, registration systems in Brazil to know who these peoples are, income protection, crop insurance in Sri Lanka and other countries, in Indonesia, and also aspects linked with labor rights, land rights when we are dealing with indigenous people. Decent work and livelihoods is also crucial. There might be food in the markets, but you might not have the income to pay for it. So how do you organize that? And this obviously linked to good jobs, but also all the aspects of the full value chain of agriculture products and the power imbalances that exist between the farmers at the start of it and other actors, supermarkets and so on, and this has to be integrated. Finally, we also had the three tables discussed skills development. Interesting points that were raised were intergenerational sharing of skills, especially in rural areas with aging populations. There is, of course, the link with decent work and good jobs. If you don't pay good salaries, then you don't have to expect that the people with skills will do the jobs. So this was also mentioned. And then the aspect of unilateral imposed measures on countries that affect workers. So often then these workers might not have the skills to deal with the new norms that are being imposed to have access to world markets. And the final thing that I learned and was a bit surprised that especially indigenous communities might not want to learn new skills. They live from the forest and the land, and they want to continue doing this, and they don't want to be reskilled into a solar power panel installer. So that was what I learned. Thank you.
Thank you both. Really, really helpful. Now we have Alex Matungi from UNEP online. Alex, are you there?
Yes, thank you very much.
Great. Could you just speak up? Speak up a little bit. You're quite quiet coming into the room.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's much clearer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So on behalf of Table 3, for the first question with regards to the role of labor rights and other social protection systems, participants noted that a just transition enhances food security, but must be rooted in labor rights, social dialogue, and strong social protection systems, especially in agriculture and ocean-based sectors, where informality is high and climate risks are acute. Labor rights, they mentioned labor rights provide the foundation for decent work, income security, and dignity, while participatory approaches ensure transition pathways reflect local realities, customary resource rights, and diverse priorities, including for women, youth, migrants, and indigenous communities. The participants also noted that social protection is essential, as without safety nets, workers and small producers cannot adapt without risking their livelihoods. Universal and adaptive social protection, such as cash transfers, insurance, price guarantees, and care support services can bridge income gaps during transition, reduce women's unpaid care burden, and prevent exclusion of informal workers, all with the caveat that this should be contextualized within each geographical context. Social dialogue, including tripartite and community-based models, could help rebalance power across food and fishery value chains, ensuring transitions are people-centered, not tokenistic, and are equitable while protecting food sovereignty and food security across diverse contexts. For the second question on the role of private sector, including MSMEs and best practices for decent work, examples of best practices emphasize the whole of value chain approach that secures decent work, sustainable livelihoods, and income stability for smallholder and family farmers, as well as other farmers, other workers within the food value chain, particularly in the informal economy. Some examples of effective measures included embedding labor standards on climate and food policies, expanding access to food and finance, supporting cooperatives, and strengthening local and regional markets through diversification, post-harvesting processing, and traceability systems. Social protection included support for local value chains with subsidies, price stabilization, and income support. With regards to, there was also support for public-private partnerships that work best when risks and returns are balanced and where slow returns are acknowledged. Therefore, supporting MSMEs receive tailored support aligned with local mandates, ocean stewardship, and food, water, energy interlinkages. For the third question on the role of education, training, and upskilling, education, training, and skills development were seen as critical enablers of just transition in food systems, but there was emphasis that they must be accessible, context-specific, and people-centered. Examples of effective initiatives looked at farmer field schools, TVET programs for agriculture and fisheries, MSMEs, peer-to-peer learning, corporate-based training, and recognition of traditional and indigenous knowledge. Skills programs were also focused on the emphasis of skills programs looking at agroecology and ecosystem-based approaches, sustainable fisheries, digital tools, business management, while also addressing the barriers that often face women in regards to time poverty and rural isolation. There was also an emphasis on lifelong learning to support labor mobility and resilience in the face of seasonality, climate shocks, and market volatility. And last but not least, to attract youth in the agriculture sector, the work in this space needs to be decent, innovative, and future-oriented, combining sustainability, technology, and entrepreneurship. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex and Camilla and Bert. Very much appreciate your report backs and your facilitation. Now if we can have the facilitators from Group 2 come up to the table, Romchat and Carmen, sorry. And while we're doing that, we might actually just pass to Felicitas Okoko from the Women and Gender constituency online to begin the report back, if that's okay. Felicitas, are you there? We cannot hear you. You might be on mute. Try again, or is it a technical issue?
I'm unmuted. I'm not sure if I'm still not audible.
Okay. We can just hear you, but could you try speaking up into your mic? It's very faint in the room.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me better?
Yes, that is much better. Thank you.
Okay. So for Group 2, Table 6, across the 3 rounds, there was a strong convergence that human rights, gender equality, and social inclusion must form the foundation of just transition pathways and not be treated as an add-on. And there were feelings that in this context and in this aspect, it was not a foundational principle. Participants emphasized that existing guidance, particularly paragraph 12 of the CMA Decision 7, already reflects a shared understanding among parties of what just transition entails, and this provides a critical entry point for operationalization of these principles through the just transition mechanism, not only in its implementation, but also in governance, coordination, and coherence as well. At the same time, there was an important reminder that these discussions must remain anchored within relevant mandates and national contexts, and also include existing systems such as UNDROP and UNRIST to guide on human rights implementation in just transition pathways. Some participants highlighted the need to approach human rights in a balanced and non-prescriptive manner, aligning with existing frameworks and attentive to diverse national circumstances and priorities. This includes ensuring just transition approaches addresses underlying conditions of vulnerability, strengthen domestic production, and support pathways that respond to national priorities while advancing equity. However, participants also stressed that inequalities in food systems are not only national, they're deeply structural and global in nature. Power imbalances in global food systems, trade dynamics, and decision-making spaces continue to shape who benefits and who bears the cost of transition. From commodification of food and biodiversity to unequal access to finance and technology, these global dynamics often marginalize smallholder farmers, indigenous people, and low-income communities. As highlighted by previous facilitators, the need for informal workers to be recognized and be granted an avenue for participation and decision-making is key. Addressing these challenges requires not only national action, but also international cooperation for fairer systems of governance and more equitable distribution of resources and opportunities. A central theme across the discussion was participation as essential, but must go beyond consultation to meaningful influence and decision-making power. This means having a clear picture of how discussions are shaping transitions, especially with stakeholders. And there was also a call for social dialogues as well in this aspect, including free, prior, and informed consent to strengthen inclusive social dialogue and ensuring that those most affected, women, youth, indigenous people, informal workers, and smallholder farmers are actively shaping transition pathways. Importantly, participation should be intentionally designed to address power imbalances and structural, including through accessible formats, targeted engagement, and early involvement in decision-making processes before implementation of a certain decision, not during or after implementation. This is particularly critical given the structural inequalities within food systems. Women, for example, play a central role across agricultural value chains, yet continue to face barriers in accessing land, finance, and resources while carrying disproportionate unpaid care burdens. At the same time, food insecurity and climate shocks are linked to increased vulnerability, including gender-based violence and risks to health and well-being, which must be addressed as part of just transition strategies. Participants emphasize that the advancing gender equality and youth participation is not only a matter of equity, but also essential for building resilient and sustainable food systems. In terms of approaches, there was a strong support for whole of society and whole of government models that are bottom-up, context-specific, and co-created rather than top-down. This included engaging across sectors and value chains and aligning just transition efforts with broader development priorities. The proposed coordination and coherence functions of the just transition mechanism were seen as a critical guiding principle in this process, ensuring that actions are aligned and gaps are addressed and implementation is supported in a systemic way. A key area of focus was growing importance of urban and peri-urban food systems, where 76% of people facing hunger and food insecurity now live. This highlighted the vital role of subnational governments, particularly in leveraging tools such as public procurement to drive inclusive outcomes. Examples shared included Addis Ababa and Nairobi, where school feeding programs have increased school enrollment and are being expanded. Sao Paulo, Athens. We had examples from India as well. And these examples demonstrate how interventions such as food for education programs and food redistribution systems can address immediate needs while strengthening local economies and social protection systems. Finally, there was a strong call to move beyond a narrow focus on food security towards a broader vision of food sovereignty, emphasizing the autonomy, local knowledge, and democratic control over food systems. This includes recognizing the role of small-scale farmers in traditional knowledge systems and ensuring that financial, legal, and policy framework support do not undermine their contributions. Overall, the discussion underscored that the Just Transition Mechanism presents a critical opportunity to embed human rights, equity, and participation in both substance and structure of just transition pathways, while addressing inequalities at both national and global levels, ensuring that transitions are not only effective, but truly just and inclusive and transformative. And as mentioned earlier, I may not have been able to give to report back all the inputs from the participants because there were so many, but hopefully that covers most of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this. That was a very comprehensive readout, and we really appreciate it. We're going to go now to the other two co-facilitators. Just a reminder to try and keep the summary to 3 minutes if it's at all possible. I know it's a hard ask with such rich conversations, but we'll go to Ramchat. You have the floor, Ramchat.
Thank you very much. Our table have a very rich and constructive conversation, which I cannot summarize all. Many good practice and very good, interesting initiative in the national level from many countries where I cannot summarize all as well. But our discussion reflects a broad diversity of view and experience across the national and regional context. So that is the first note from some countries that some participants express different view on the place of human rights in this dialogue. Some question whether this is the appropriate platform to discuss human rights explicitly, noting that not all countries share the same position on the related normative development, including like the ICJ advisory opinion on climate change or the right to a healthy environment resolution adopted by the UNGA resolution as well. But at the same time, many participants agree that food security is closely linked to the right to food and that human rights-based approach can provide a useful framework to help ensure that transition pathways are equitable, inclusive, and people-centered. So first question, a number of participants emphasize that in practical terms, this means the inclusive consultation and participatory planning from the earliest stages. And several participants highlight the importance of free, prior, and informed consent, secured land rights and tenure, and the meaningful engagement of indigenous peoples, local communities, and other groups in vulnerable situations. Some also stress that this is extend beyond the participation alone, but the real implementation. For example, in the previous decision adopted in Belém, on the realization of indigenous people's role in paragraph 12 of the previous decision in Belém. Others also stress the need to ask very concretely who benefit from policy, who is affected, and whose realities are reflect and whose voice are still missing. So participants also point to the importance of addressing the structural barriers to participation, strengthening local leadership, and also shifting the power dynamics so the affected communities are not seen only as the beneficiary, but also as the actors that shaping the priorities and implementation. There are also the practical examples, including the subsidy schemes for farmers and support measures that aim to ensure the food access for people in hardship situations. Some participants also stress the importance of ensuring continued access to food in the aftermath of natural disaster as well. And also they connect to the broader role of the social protection. On youth and women, participants emphasize that inclusion must be matched by concrete investment and structural reform. These include support for green skills, reskilling and upskilling initiatives for youth, as well as the women's economic empowerment. Several participants also note that women are often among the main food producers and farmers, yet many still lack secure land tenure and equal access to resources, finance, technologies, markets, and decision-making space. So participants also highlight that women participation continues to be constrained in the unequal burden of the unpaid care work and stress the need for stronger support on care and more gender-responsive approaches overall. In that sense, women should be recognized not only the beneficiaries, but also the key actors in shaping the food resilience and the sustainable food system. And last point, some participants also note that international policy development, like unilateral measures, can have very little local consequence. In this regard, the discussion that highlight the importance of bridging international policy frameworks with the lived realities of communities, including where external measures may affect farmers, producers, and livelihood at the national level. So overall, in conclusion, there was the considerable convergence around the importance of inclusive, participatory, bottom-up, and equity-oriented approach, including local leadership, secure land rights, protect the free, prior, and informed consent, and also the target support for those most at risk of being left behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Carmen.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. And also thanks a lot to those that participated in my roundtable. I think we do had quite frank and rich discussions. I will be repeating quite a number of points from my previous facilitators. So first, we of course discussed the integration of human rights and just transition policies. And what emerged as kind of the central point was that human rights are really foundational to any just transition policies. And here participants specifically underlined the right to food security, food sovereignty, but also to land rights in the context of indigenous peoples. And central was, of course, also kind of the inclusion aspects of those most vulnerable to the impacts of the transition. And then very central was also paragraph 12 as a common baseline for principles that can be then operationalized by the mechanism that speak to a lot of the human rights aspects, though it is also not extensive. Though there also emerged some challenges, specifically that still justice remains to be defined differently in different contexts, that there is a gap between the aspirations of human rights and then the reality, and also that we are not starting from scratch. Inequalities are structural constraints to the fulfillment and promoting of human rights. Then there were a lot of concrete ideas and also examples being shared by participants, kind of speaking to different entry points of where and how just transition and human rights can be integrated. So here we touched on policy, but also planning processes and impact assessments. Speaking on concrete examples at the UN level, one participant really stressed the importance of observers and rights holders to have a seat at the table at the just transition mechanism. Then we also talked about centering food policies around the right to food security, but also kind of centering human rights in supply chain legislation. And then, of course, as has been mentioned by previous speakers, the importance of integrating informal workers. Then on gender and youth participation, what was really being stressed is kind of that it's not about the quantity of participation, but also the quality, speaking about kind of empowering women and really supporting them in participating. But also that this is not enough, that also cultural norms require to change, especially in rural areas. And on youth participation, we had some concrete examples, but also, of course, the challenge of urbanization and the sector not really being popular anymore. And then one really kind of persisting challenge that I wanted to highlight is that participants increasingly pointed to a participation fatigue, so kind of inputs by communities not being translated into reality, and that then kind of backfiring in communities being kind of disappointed in this participation process because it is not delivering on what they're wanting to get out of this process. And that kind of brings us to this broader question around kind of the role and the purpose of the Just Transition Work Program, but then also the mechanism in translating these human rights principles into actual implementation. And finally, on the whole of society approach, inclusive governance and leaving no one behind, we also had some specific examples. central was the need for comprehensive policy frameworks that center on social inclusion and bottom-up approaches, but also some rather concrete examples, such as the CTCN as a good example of participatory approaches in this UNFCCC level. And I think I will leave it at that since my time is over.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, now we'll move to the final three facilitators. If you could come to the table, and this is from the World Cafes discussing Indigenous peoples' knowledge, traditional knowledge, and locally led approaches in the context of just transition pathways that enhance food security. So we'll go first to Dr. Agrafina Kotova. You have the floor. You might need to pass some. One of them wasn't working. Yep. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you, organizer of this event, for entrusting me with the role of moderator and the person who stays between you and Udina. Okay, so, and also I would like to thank all the audience that was on the table number 7. We had really rich discussion, and here are some points from our table. First, indigenous peoples and local communities depend on healthy lands and waters and secure access to them. A just transition pathway for food security must ensure sustained access to the territories through secure tenure, meaningful consultation, social forestry, integrated planning, and legal recognition. In the Pacific, indigenous peoples rely on the ocean for food, livelihoods, culture, and identity. As shifting rainfall and stronger cyclones threaten food security, a just transition pathway must recognize indigenous knowledge, practices, and customary systems as essential to climate resilience. Indigenous peoples often designate lands and waters as sacred, permanently or seasonally. These practices can allow biodiversity-rich areas to regenerate and support long-term food security. A just transition pathway should respect this traditional wisdom. Indigenous peoples and local communities' relationship with living systems are often expressed through their languages. A just transition pathway should recognize indigenous languages, knowledge, and worldviews, as well as the limits of translation when communication relies mainly on English. Risk management in Pakistan, fire stewardship in the United States, reindeer husbandry in Arctic, and genetic resource management across Asia show how indigenous peoples and local communities' practices have saved lives and sustained communities across generations. A just transition pathway should recognize these practices as foundations for resilient food system. Technology should strengthen, not disrupt or sewer the relationship between indigenous peoples, local communities, and their lands and water that sustain long-term food security. And the last but not the least point is farmers, indigenous peoples, and local communities sustain diverse ways of life. A just transition pathway for food security must therefore be grounded in local context, realities, and priorities. Thank you very much for your attention.
Go ahead, Jasmine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. And thanks to all the participants in the 3 rounds of tables. We had an incredibly rich discussion, which I'm not going to probably be able to do justice to in 3 minutes, but I will give it a shot. So one of the key points that was highlighted, obviously, is the important role that Indigenous communities play, and also more broadly frontline communities and other rights holders in food security, not just for their respective communities, but also for the wider populations. And that's important to recognize as we're thinking about a just transition. Examples raised as well as indigenous communities in a wide range of contexts, also included fishing communities, small-scale farmers and others. Secondly, there was a lot of discussion that we had that there's been progress on recognition both within the UNFC and FCC and broader on some of the rights and recognition of indigenous people, so highlighting the decisions at COP30, the importance of the UN Declaration on Indigenous Rights, and bringing this into the just transition discussions in terms of how we think about planning. And then a question also raised on the work of LSIP and how that can be brought into these discussions on just transition. Thirdly, I think there was, just to summarize, there was a number of key principles that were raised that in terms of how we ensure the food security and indigenous and local populations inclusions, as well as the key principles that came out through all 3 rounds of discussions, echoing what others have said. It's not just about food security, but essentially the key principle of food sovereignty, the importance of recognizing cultural autonomy over land, the respect of land tenure rights, and that also extends as well to the issues of oceans and fishing, and key rights in terms of nature, intellectual property rights, and the importance of capacity building being 2 ways and knowledge systems not being extractive. The whole range of great examples of good practice, and I won't be able to share all of them, thanks to all that shared some, but examples included Indigenous people's parliaments as a vehicle to be able to contribute to policies and review policies to ensure a just transition from Finland and Norway, protecting Indigenous community seed banks and ensuring that this is preserved. Some example from Brazil on ensuring that Indigenous communities and small-scale businesses are included in food and national frameworks, and Pacific Islands examples of ridge to reef in terms of community fishing rights and safeguarding food security. 2 very quick last points and then I will stop. One key point that came up is that there was an inherent tension sometimes between development and climate solutions and indigenous and community rights and food security, and this can lead to an unjust transition, and we shouldn't shy away from this. Examples included small-scale farmers who often see land displacement where landowners have higher returns on rental spaces for solar panels, data center growth leading to exploitation of indigenous and community resources such as water, mining and extraction with relation to electric vehicles, and displacement of land and food as a result. The overriding point here is that there is just transition links across all ranges of climate policies, and this relates to food security and indigenous rights, and we should ensure that this is considered as a whole of government approach. Finally, just to conclude, as I see I'm over time, the kind of 3 key policy interventions to consider: the inclusion and consultation and engagement of groups at all levels of government and stages of design of policies, attention to language and communication, particularly in terms of how we can bridge the gap in terms of policymakers and local communities. And then finally, Indigenous groups and other rights holders, important to move beyond from just observer status to actual contribution in shaping and designing policies, and that's both at national level but also for the new forthcoming just transition mechanism. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Agrafina and Jasmine. Next, we have Dr. Rathana Pierre-Norbert Munns from the UN Food Systems Coordination Hub, who facilitated this discussion online. Rathana, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Can you just lean into your microphone and just speak up a little bit? It's very quiet in the room. Thank you.
Okay, no worries. And I understand also, like, this is table 9. Is everyone okay? I mean, I know that in 16 minutes you are supposed to break for your dinner also. So I'm going to try to be as quick as possible without eating all of the words. We had already 8 tables. I think that the picture was extremely rich. The ambition is very clear. Also, we have a masterpiece of what is just transition. In the online discussions that we had 3 rounds, but we had 3 rounds that is extremely rich with 20 participants from the Sahel to the Pacific. And as the same as my 2 other colleagues under the same topic, the richness of the conversation was really on the ground of practicality, of discussions of how to do it. And I think this is really an important message that is coming also from the online participants. Things are already happening. So we kind of organize already into 8 different messages. The first one is that traditional knowledge is not heritage. It's not in the museum. It's actually happening. There is concrete example, and those concrete examples have to really meet those ambitions. We need to start discussing also about how to scale up and scale out. And this is very important that this is not only being protected, but also funded. And that has been a very clear message that this kind of knowledge system is required funding also. Now, a thing that didn't maybe came very strongly yet, but there is a labeling trap. And that is a financing trap also. When we call community informal sector, the smallholder farmer, informal sector, we disappear from the policy. When we call the farmer like family farming, we disqualify them somehow with financing. So I think that is very important moment also to realize that the words and the aspect of the keywords that we are using might actually be a trap also for the community that we are trying to serve. And that's really like answering what we call structural exclusion. Now, a lot of points through the 3 rounds that we had was on the community and how we carry somehow a triple burden out of them, and that we have to be very mindful that we're not adding these burdens of actions to them only. And I think this cost of transition itself should not be only relying on the community, although it's being quite important to have them on that. Being aware that I have only 2 minutes and I have 4 more points to give. The points that have been really repetitive through the 3 rounds was on breaking the silos. Food security is not an agriculture problem alone. It needs to really have a holistic approach, a system approach, a food system approach. It is very important also that we are understanding that those assets are not economic only, but are related to biodiversity and nature. Now, right instruments, and my colleague already bring it, but I think the message from the online participants have been very clear. It's not about listing them, it's about using them. From the UNDRIP to the voluntary guideline on land tenure, is about using them. Now, the 2 last one, and I think that is very important, it's related to financing. Participation is a luxury and it needs to be funded. And there is very clear call from the participants online that entities such as the Green Climate Fund will really appreciate the time that is given by traditional communities into being able to share. And last one, again, is about what they call the 7th generation, and is being sure that what we do with traditional knowledge is not about being responsive, but being anticipatory. So that's all from our side, and I hope that it didn't have been beyond the 4 minutes. Over.
Okay, thank you so much, Dana, and thank you so much again to all of our 9 facilitators. Really appreciate the time and the report backs. So we are going to open. We're running a little bit behind time, and we do have a hard stop at 7 p.m. So I'm going to open the floor now, but I'm going to open it to 3 speakers only, and I'll take them in order of who puts their hands up first. I'm not sure if someone's watching online. Yeah, do we have a speaker online? Yes, so we'll go first to the first speaker online, Burkina Faso.
Good afternoon, good evening, colleagues. I hope you can hear me. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much, Julia. And since I'm taking the floor for the first time, allow me to join you in thanking the government of Korea for hosting us and for our moderators who beautifully reported back. So the point that we would like to add here on national capacity is that we have concrete examples, actionable solutions. From Burkina Faso, we are institutionalizing the corporate social responsibility, where we have a multi-stakeholder approach, communities, private sector, municipalities, traditional authorities for a standalone fund, local community fund closing the loop for a just and fair a transition. We would like also that to emphasize in the design of the just transition mechanism that our smallholder farmers have assets. Lands are assets. How are we going to take it into account into the new financial architecture of agriculture? It is very important, building on the Finance for Development, the Compromiso of Sevilla, to see how those streams can come along and try to find a levy, building also and coupling that nexus of capacity building, technology transfer, and finance. We need to couple those three to make sure that we deliver. If we don't do that, it will be very difficult to do so. Again, examples are there. We need to put them in place. We have constituent body like the capacity building that I'm serving as a co-chair with the Muchirao Burkindi Coalition on Capacity Building that we launched in Belém. That's catalyzing funds and also showing with management toolkits that are ready for green industrialization, agri-processing. And my country, Burkina Faso, we have what we call at the moment FASOMEBO, where everybody, every single citizens are called upon with agri-offensive, putting the money and the incentives that is needed for the youth and the women to really contribute and showcase and lead by example. I will stop there for the interest of time, and the LDCs that I'm representing will be sending our input unwritten that has been shared also during the outbreak session. Thank you very much, Julia, and successful sessions. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Princess. We're going to go to a speaker in the room. I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Sorry.
I'm Rodney from LCIP,
Oh, great.
Local Communities and
Thank
Indigenous Peoples. I get only 4 points and very, very short after hearing the outputs. Number one, just transition pathways must go beyond food security. They must uphold food sovereignty of indigenous peoples and local communities. And this means securing rights to land, waters, and livelihood, ensuring FPIC, self-determination, and the right to say no to projects that threaten our food systems. Point number two, we must prioritize community-led ecosystem-based practices such as agroecology, traditional farming, and sustainable fisheries, while ensuring fair access to finance and markets. Point number three, crucially, we must avoid non-economic losses, especially for local communities and indigenous peoples, culture, identity, traditional knowledge, and biodiversity. At the end, a just transition must strengthen local food systems, not replace them, keeping them resilient, culturally rooted, and self-determined. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. We're just going to go back online to, and I'm sorry, it's the third and last speaker, but it is the order that people's put their hands up in, and it's what we have time for. So we have LMDC, Saudi Arabia online. You have the floor.
Hello, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Okay, I'll assume that I am audible to everyone in the room before I speak.
Yes, you are. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. So thank you for giving us the floor. At the outset, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, speaking on behalf of the LMDC, welcomes the convening of the 5th dialogue under the Just Transitions Work Programme and looks forward to continuing our constructive discussions. We would also like to thank the government of the Republic of Korea for hosting the Climate Week, which unfortunately myself, I was not able to make in person. We would firstly like to reaffirm that just transitions are firmly grounded in the principles of equity, CBDRRC, national priorities, and the right of countries to pursue nationally determined just transitions pathways, aligned with the principles of the Convention and its Paris Agreement, and in alignment with the respective obligations of developed parties. We would also like to emphasize the importance of due consideration for the circumstances and needs of developing countries, particularly when it comes to just transitions pathways in a manner that allows for sustainable development and socioeconomic growth. Therefore, we would like to underline the key threat and barrier to developing countries' just transitions pathways, unilateral climate-related trade measures. It is also important to highlight that adaptation and climate resilience are important pillars that must be taken into consideration within the context of just transitions, particularly for developing countries. Furthermore, we'd like to highlight that this dialogue and its outcomes are views expressed by parties and is not directly linked to other processes under the UNFCCC in no means, and we should avoid conflating distinct agenda items to ensure keeping this discussion focused on the topic and matters at hand in the most efficient manner, of course, giving it full consideration and time. Finally, we emphasize that this dialogue must remain focused on the established and institutionalized Just Transitions Work Program, ensuring a business-as-usual approach and maintaining clarity of scope. It should not prejudge expectations or reshape the exchange of views regarding the development of the Just Transitions mechanism. Doing so risks preempting discussions on the mechanism, which has its own dedicated submission process and space for in-depth deliberation. This linkage must not influence or prejudge any outcomes related to the mechanism, nor should its views expressed during the dialogue be used to inform inputs or decision on it, as the mandate within the relevant decisions that mandate for the Just Transitions Work Program focuses on its scope, and that cannot be changed through these dialogues in particular, nor does it mandate for any of its outcome to be integrated with taking the GST outcomes. That being said, we further view that the Just Transitions mechanism should build upon and complement the work undertaken under the Just Transitions Work Program. The mechanism could provide a platform to strengthen the implementation dimension of the UAE Just Transitions Work Program while maintaining the party-driven nature of the process by providing a space that allows for more targeted support to be provided to requesting countries. Just to be a little bit brief and touch on some of the opportunities that we view when it comes to opportunities within the context of holistic approaches to food security, we would like to iterate firstly Article 2, Paragraph 1 of the Paris Agreement, which highlights that in enhancing the objectives of the Convention, efforts would significantly reduce climate risks and impacts, including by increasing the ability to adapt to adverse impact of climate change and fostering climate resilience and low GHG emission development in a manner that does not threaten food production. This clearly highlights that in pursuing sustainable development and eradication of poverty, food security and agriculture are embedded as central pillars, given their critical role in sustaining livelihoods, ensuring equitable outcomes, and strengthening climate resilience while safeguarding food production. Key opportunities could include unlocking investments in rural areas, enhanced infrastructure, access to markets, and modern technologies. This can raise agricultural and farmer incomes, create jobs, and reduce poverty, especially in developing countries, where agriculture is a major employer and sector. Another opportunity would be enhancing mitigation and adaptation co-benefits and designing approaches that simultaneously reduce GHG emissions and strengthen resilience to climate impacts within agricultural practices. Adaptation is a central and main component and objective of pursuing just transitions pathways. This also presents us with an opportunity to better understand different and context-specific climate systems, included but not limited to tropical climates and dry, arid, and semi-arid lands, and how they interact with diverse approaches. Thereby, we can understand and enhance our understanding throughout this dialogue of what works and what is required for each specific context. It's also a great segue to enhance the discussion on technologies, and in this context, it's important to emphasize the role of leveraging international cooperation. When it comes to challenges and barriers, and I'll try my best to be quick as it seems we are very passionate about this subject. When it comes to challenges and barriers, food security relies on a wide and interconnected set of systems. It depends on everything from soil and water to trade, technology, logistics, policies, as well as core fundamentals such as overall security and stability of systems, which in turn affects affordability and access. Consequently, the attempts to impose a singular pathway creates unjust impacts, in particular for developing countries. all key issues that must be considered as part of a nationally determined just transitions pathways. We'd like to highlight the need to ensure that barriers to such are addressed, such as imposing climate-related unilateral trade measures, for example, CBAM, which has a global impact and particularly on developing countries. Specifically on our topic of discussion, this would have a significant impact on the value chain of fertilizers as a key example, which would in turn cascade onto agricultural production rates, as well as affordability and overall food security. CBAM is bad for food security and raises global prices. It takes money from developing countries and gives them to developed countries, which considers contributing to the absolute opposite of sustainable development and eradication of poverty. And finally, the key challenge that also remains is the focus on different country context aspects and completely ignoring the inequality between developed and developing countries and the impacts of this development. We must emphasize that means of implementation, particularly from developed to developing countries, under their relevant obligations under the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement. We must emphasize that finance, technology transfer, and capacity building is always required for developing countries from developed countries, especially when it comes to implementing just transitions pathways, and are done so in a nationally determined manner. Thank you for giving us the floor. I hope we did not take too much of your time, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. So the Secretariat has managed to to eke out a tiny little bit of extra time from the room organisers. So I have 3 folks on the list, and then the list is closed. So we've got the AGN here in the room, and then India online, and the EU here in the room. So 3 speakers, and then list is closed. But over to you. Sorry. Well, yes, of course, we have all day tomorrow, and I will say. Yes, she's coming. While she's coming to the mic, the Secretariat will also put the email address up on the screen. It was up there earlier. So just a reminder that you can, of course, submit any interventions that you made today or anything you want to be sure is covered to that email address as usual. But,
yeah, thank you very much for giving us the platform. And Ghana speaks on behalf of AGN. We wish to make these few bullet points. We want the word sovereignly designed, people-centered, right-based, and multilaterally supported just transition pathways. We wish to be silent on all nationally determined variants. And then explicit recognition of the informal economy as a JTWP gap, requiring dedicated JTM treatment. 3rd bullet point, human mobility included as a cross-cutting food security and a just transition issue. 4th, indigenous and traditional knowledge recognized as co-equal evidence alongside science-based approaches, preventing biopiracy and co-modification of traditional seeds and genetic resources without community consent. And then finance adequacy, Article 9.1, clearly distinguished from investment alignment, that is Article 2.1c, with no conflation permissible in CMA 8 outcomes. And then African-led models, including farmer-managed natural regeneration, community fisheries, and pastoral systems, should be cited in synthesis as established best practice. And finally, explicit acknowledgement that unilateral trade measures such as CBAM, CSDDD, and EUDR constitute just transition finance gaps, requiring Article 9.1 remedy access for communities harmed by transition-related policy shift. Thank you.
thank you so much, Ghana. Now we have India online. India, you have the floor.
Thank you. I hope I am audible.
You are, yes, thank you.
So thank you for giving me the floor. And first of all, I would like to align myself with the submission made by the LMDC and add a few points. While we understand that the report back cannot cover everything, there are a few points that I thought were missing and so wanted to highlight. One is that there may not always be synergies between various kinds of climate-related responses in the agricultural sector. And when it comes to fundamental questions, such as that of food security, there must be a clear prioritization, particularly in developing countries. In developing countries, enhancing productivity, increasing farm incomes, providing protection from the impacts of climate change, both slow onset changes and extreme variabilities are priorities. The precondition that mitigation must also be considered may be valid in some contexts, perhaps in developed countries, but in the global south, with little contribution to historical emissions, the priority is to achieve food security and development. We also want to emphasize here that there is a central importance of technologies and providing support for technologies. Not just upskilling, reskilling, etc. These are easier options perhaps to talk about, but reskilling for what is left unanswered. So access to technologies and support for developing our own technologies must be a key part of our understanding. And this is also a central element in the obligation of developed countries to support developing country action. And this is a fundamental part of just transitions. In connection to this, we also want to say that the discussion of indigenous and local communities as a homogeneous group across different parts of the world does not really reflect reality. Indigenous peoples in our part of the world also want development, growth and well-being, while our traditions and lives and culture are respected. In this context, all empirical science is welcome. This science versus indigenous knowledge is a binary that is not of our creation, and it does not necessarily help us solve our problems. On rights, we want to emphasize that the right to development is fundamental to any discussion on human rights, particularly in the context of just transitions and food security. Overall, we want to end with a final point that the focus of the questions as well as a lot of the discussion was entirely on intra-country aspects, ignoring the global context, namely the stark inequality between developed and developing countries in terms of responsibility for climate change and capacity to respond to it. There are stark inequalities in access to resources, technologies, and finance, and these have key impacts on the ability to pursue sustainable development. Global inequality and the continual dilution of equitable climate action based on the principles of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities has a significant impact on the availability of, on the capacity of countries to pursue just transitions domestically. One aspect of this was highlighted, that was highlighted was the unilateral climate-related trade measures. But this issue of global inequality is a critical issue that has been missing from the discussions today, and we think there should be more focus on it as we return to the discussions today. We'll stop here, and thank you again for giving us.
Thank you, India. And now we have our final speaker, the EU here in the room.
Thank you. So to achieve the 1.5 temperature goal, and to achieve globally net zero emissions in the second half of the century, the Paris Agreement requires each of its parties to reduce emissions in a way that reflects its highest possible ambition. And the EU has respected its obligation to take the lead in reducing emissions under the UNFCCC and under the Paris Agreement by adopting legally binding targets to reduce our emissions by 55% in 2030 and produce no net emission by 2050, and including by preventing carbon leakage in emissions intensive industrial sector, as well as tackling deforestation, for example, through the EUDR. We would like to remind parties that the vast majority of response measures are domestic and nationally determined by nature, so the framing of unilateral measures does not make sense in our context. And furthermore, the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement were not designed to assess individual parties' nationally determined policies and measures, and have no mandate to do so. So therefore, we cannot discuss any sort of international validation of response measures undertaken by individual parties. So parties have, for over decades, discussed what we understand to be the concerns underlying the references to so-called unilateral measures, and we have done so under the Forum on Response Measures. And this remains the relevant space to discuss domestic and cross-border impacts of climate measures. And also at COP30, COP30 established climate and trade dialogues, and this should be the political forum where we should be discussing
issues related to climate and trade in relation to enhancing international cooperation on these issues. That being said, the EU is committed to promoting good practices on maximizing positive impacts and minimizing potential adverse impacts of these measures, including through multilateral cooperation, exchanges, capacity building, technical assistance, impact assessments, etc. And talking about impact assessments, and here I've heard talking about CBAM, we have done our share on this impact assessment because it's required in CBAM regulation, and the European Commission has assessed the impact of the CBAM on developing countries, and in particular least developed countries. And overall, the impact of CBAM on LDCs is very limited. The model results show an overall expected impact of CBAM on the GDP of LDCs in aggregate of less than 0.01% by 2035. Also, the European Commission has, because we talk about of support as well, the CBAM, the Commission, has put in place several outreach tool communication campaigns on CBAM since 2023. There is guidance for third country producers, and on CBAM methodology that is available to operators. We would also like to remind parties that the CBAM is being introduced gradually. And so this allowed also the CBAM to be fine-tuned to the reports back from the stakeholders that will be targeted by the CBAM. And so the definitive period has indeed started on 1st of January 2026, and with a gradual introduction of the CBAM charge until 2034. So it also allows industries to progressively comply to the CBAM regulation. Finally, I would like to finish that with saying that instead of talking about hypothetical and unfounded impacts of so-called unilateral measures, let's recognize the impacts that farmers are experiencing right now across the globe. The impact of the volatile fossil fuel markets, driving fuel prices for farmers high and threatening food security. The transitioning away from fossil fuels is therefore key for protecting the workforce in the agricultural sector. Thank you.
Thank you, EU. Okay, everyone, that brings our dialogue to a close for today. So just a reminder to you all that tomorrow we're meeting at 8:30 a.m, so a little bit earlier than anticipated, back over in the Yaosu Expo Convention Centre, and this time in the conference hall, which is one of the rooms upstairs. So don't come back to this room, go back to the Yaosu Convention Centre. As a reminder, the email to submit any of your interventions or any points that you'd like to make sure included is on the screen there. And please try to be punctual tomorrow so that we can get through what will be a very rich conversation again. So thank you very much. I wish you all a very pleasant evening. Hope you get out and get to eat something delicious and see a bit of the city. And we'll see you tomorrow morning. Bye.
Can the email ID also be shared with the online participants?
Yes, sharing it right now. Thank you.
We can see it now.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone online. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues.